know, the energy's going to be insane in there.
To do it here.
To be able to see the production that they were able to put together.
Represents the best of the best, and I want to show what I have tomorrow.
Very excited.
Super excited, really grateful for this opportunity.
It's always going to be one of those things stamped in history as the first time.
I think it's a positive overall for the powerlifting community. Would be monumental.
It's going to be a really cool opportunity.
Push as much as I can. We'll see where it ends up.
I think that's really cool to bring that a local level and invite world-class athletes to be able to compete against each other.
We're just going to get even bigger, even better. So I'm looking forward to it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the primetime session of the Avancus Houston meet. We're just coming back from the open session earlier today, which was an amazing, electric, energy-fueled session. I'm Tim Thibodeau, joined by my co-host, Tanner Newman. Tanner, do you have anything to say to everybody in the live stream right now?
It's going to be a big day. Ready to get it going.
Sure thing. So, for Flight A, let's go through some of our female lifters, actually all of our female lifters. Now, mind you, we did have a few dropouts. We were originally supposed to have 10 female lifters, but we have 7 of some of the strongest female lifters in all of the United States. We've got Leanne Lee, Megan Holbert, Ellie Weinstein, Megan Scanlon, Angela Martinez, Janae Kovacs, and Emily Reynolds. And obviously, we'll be coming back a little bit for Flight B, but actually, we've got Flight B pulled up on the screen right now. So, Tanner, you want to go through some of those names?
Yes, sir. For the men today, we have a bunch of heavy hitters here, starting off with Waskar Carpio, Austin Perkins, Angelo Fortino, Joseph Borenstein, Adeo Masakin, Chase Gravitt, Demetrius Smith, Jamar Royster, Sean Mills, and finally, Nonso Chenye.
Awesome. So we're just going to be getting started in a little bit, and like I had mentioned just a bit earlier, the open session earlier today, just a few years ago, you would have thought this was a primetime session because we had some heavy lifting earlier in the morning, and we have even heavier lifting going on for the primetime session. We've got some of the best lifters in the country here in Houston, Texas on this Saturday evening. It's going to be a great session. All the energy that we have in the crowd, we want to see the same thing on the live stream. And taking a look at it right now, we have 844 people in the live stream. So I want to see all 844 of you commenting it up, making the chat a little bit lively, and we're going to do our best job to give you the best commentary that we possibly can. And we are getting started with Flight A, the women lifters of the Avancus Houston Primetime 2025. Now, just as a little note to everybody, we are going based off of IPF points for this, so everybody is technically in open weight classes. We're starting off with Leanne Lee, her opening squat of 125 kilos, 2 reds on the bar, 276 pounds, and let's see how this moves for her.
Usually a very easy weight for Leanne. We'll see if she can execute on it. Very easy.
And obviously a good lift for Leanne. So being that these are some of the best lifters in the country, you are going to see some of the best, if not the best, execution. Leanne was a perfect example of that, making 2 reds move like it was absolutely nothing.
Up next, we have Megan Holber, 145 kilos, 319 pounds as her opener.
Megan coming out for 145, and her best squat is 172.5 in competition. So she's starting a little under 30 kilos below that, but we'll see where she ends up for her 3rd squat. And just as a side note, and I'm sure everybody in the live stream sees this, the production quality, the value that the Avancus Houston meet is providing is top notch.
Steady walkout for Megan.
Looked like an easy opening attempt for Megan. 3 white lights.
Good lift for Megan Holber.
And just as a reminder to everybody, if you want to follow along with what people are putting in for their next attempts, you can just head to liftingcast.com and click on the Avancus Houston Primetime 2025 link, and you'll get the full leaderboard there.
157.5 kilos, 347 pounds on the bar.
Ellie Weinstein following us up with a 157.5 kilo opener. This should be easy work for her. She's done much more before.
Easy opening attempt for Ellie, and the judges say 3
That's 3 white
white
lights.
lights.
See on the replay here, I think she may have got rocked slightly forward. Not too much, maintained the bar path quite well. Like Tim said previously, we are working with some of the best lifters in the world here today, if not the best lifters. So execution should not be a huge problem. We should be seeing many white lights, not many reds.
And we have Angela Martinez coming up next with 167.5 on the bar. And just to go over some of the comments, we are going to be doing our best job to respond to some of the comments in the chat. We obviously need to be paying attention to the meet as best we can so we can provide the best commentary that we can possibly do. And yes, Burness, I am commentating. From my angle, it looked a little high on my side, and 2 to 1. 2 to 1.
2 is all you need. She may need to sink it slightly lower to make it undeniable coming out for second and third.
Opening up at 180 kilos, 396 pounds.
And you're going to notice from all of our lifters today, they are wearing some custom red and white Avancus lifters, whether they are the low tops or the high tops.
Bar is loaded for Janae Kovacs.
Janae bringing the energy for the platform, coming off her female best lifter win at Junior Worlds. See how she can stack up against some of the best women in the open.
Now, mind you, it's going to be a pretty quick flight here because we only have 7 lifters. So all of our female lifters are not going to have that much downtime between their attempts. And Janae making easy work of her opening attempt of 180 kilos. Obviously, 3 white lights. I don't expect anything less from these amazing female lifters. What Avancus design is your favorite? Honestly, I would have to say just the all whites. All whites, there's something about them. They're just clean. They look right. You can wear them with pretty much anything. But these red and white shoes that the lifters are wearing, they look pretty good too. Now, Tanner, what do we have to say about Megan Scanlon, a veteran lifter?
Megan Scanlon, she's been at the top of the game for a very long time, and she is great at executing under pressure. She's coming into this competition with the highest female GL, and I believe the 3rd ranking GL of our roster. So she is a threat to that podium, and any small change could throw off those placings. And that opener looked comfortable for her. 3 white lights. Very good lift.
Now, just regarding some of the comments in the live stream, we are only commentating on this meet. There's really not much that we can do with the production. There's only so much that we can control. So when it comes to the music, there's not much that we can do on our end. So we do apologize in advance for that. But back to the meet. Emily Reynolds coming out. Opening squat of 195 kilos. Her best squat in competition, 222.5. That's just below 496. That's about 490 pounds. Let's see how this moves for Emily. And let's see it.
Depth looks undeniable from this angle.
That is 3 white lights for Emily. She's looking strong.
And it shows up with the 3 white lights.
And just like that, we're already back to the top of the flight. We're going back to Leanne Lee. She decided to take a 15-kilo jump from 125 to 140 kilos.
Like you said, Tim, with such a small flight, the pacing is going very quickly. I wonder if that's going to affect any of the lifters' top end today.
Bar is loaded for Leanne.
Bar is loaded for Leanne Lee. 140 kilos, 17-kilo jump from what was a great opener, 308 pounds.
Now, just as a reminder for everybody in the comments, we're not really paying too much attention to weight classes since the placing is all going to be based off of their coefficients, their IPF points. So they need to do the best that they can to gain as many points as possible in order for placing. Easy second attempt for Leanne. Judges say on that, I don't expect anything less. 3 white lights.
On the replay here, moving very well. Looked better than a second should. I wonder if they're going to be taking another large jump to the top end.
Back up, we have Megan Holberg, 155 kilos, 341 pounds. Bar is loaded.
Megan Holbert coming up with 155 on the bar, taking 10 kilos of a jump from her first to her second. How do IPF points work? It's basically just a coefficient, so your body weight to your total, it's just the ratio based off of that. So again, the lifters that score the most IPF points in the meet will be fighting for placing. Little bit of a grinder on the second attempt, but you should expect to see that going from your first to your second.
Right, and Megan here, she's a veteran. She's been in the game a long time as well. She executes under pressure. Getting that second, maybe loading it a little bit heavier, gives a good range to her coach to decide on what they are going to be loading on that third.
For her second squat of the night, we have Ellie Weinstein taking 167.5 kilos.
So with Ellie Weinstein, it looks like she's coming out to take her current best in competition of 167.5. So depending on how this moves, she could be setting a new competition best. And I don't doubt we're going to see that. Now, Tanner, you did say that her opener attempt looked a little bit rocky. Could you go a little bit more on that?
Yeah, from this angle here, we're off to the side of the platform, and it just seemed like she got shifted slightly onto her toes, almost if the bar rolled up her back slightly. So if we see her execute here, maintain a good foot pressure, she should be able to execute and make this move well.
Now, while Ellie is getting set up for this second attempt, yes, we did have 3 female lifters drop out of the meet, and we'll go over those names pretty quickly, but let's see how this moves for Ellie.
Solid depth.
And I think we're going to see a new competition best for her third, and judges say, good lift, 3 white lights.
That is a good lift.
I would definitely agree with you. That seemed like they have quite a bit of range to play with on the third.
100%. Now, the 3 female lifters that did drop out, unfortunately, we had Natalie Hunter, Heather Connor, and Jackie Malater. I apologize if I mispronounce anybody's names, but hey, that's all right. We still have another 7 female lifters to pay attention to, some of the best female lifters in the country, if not the world. And now we've got Angela Martinez coming out, taking a 10-kilo jump from 167.5 to 177.5. How did her opener move, Tanner?
Her opener moved quite well, so I don't see like this should be too difficult for her. A good range on what they're loading on their third here.
Pretty easy walkout from Angelina. And let's see how this moves. Smooth second attempt, and she is happy about that.
3 white lights coming off of her first attempt. She had 1 red light from the left front judge on depth. Looks like she cleaned that up, and if she can stick to the same depth, third should not be a problem.
And now we just have 3 lifters left for second attempts. Janae Kovacs,
For her second attempt, taking 100.
reigning world champion Janae Kovacs, taking a 12.5 kilo jump from 180 to 192.5. And she is fired up now. And honestly, that's the energy that we all need to be bringing. Not only the lifters, not only the people in the crowd, but everybody in the live stream. We need to be bringing that same energy that Janae is bringing to the platform right now for her second attempt.
See the sun rack here. steady walkout.
Smooth.
And that is a good lift for Janae Kovacs.
She seems pretty happy about that. Good lift for Janae.
Was a very smooth second, and I could see anywhere from a 7.5 to a 10 kilo jump there.
Up next, we have Megan Scanlon, 197.5 kilos, 435 pounds.
Megan Scanlon coming out 197.5 with her best being 203. And yes, Pablo, the chat is being read. How you doing today? Just as a reminder, if anybody wants to check out the live board, you can just head to liftingcast.com and click on the Avancus Houston Primetime 2025 link, and you'll be able to see the forecasted placings, what people are putting in for their next attempts. All the information you need is going to be on liftingcast.com.
Looks like a good walkout for Megan.
Easy second attempt from Megan. Are we going to see something above 203? Every single lift has been good so far. I'm seeing greens across the board, and that's what we all love to see. Now, Tanner, you did say that Megan was potentially dealing with something, an injury, leading into this?
Yeah, I've seen she's been posting on her Instagram recently that she has been struggling with what if I remember correctly, an adductor injury. But from what we were seeing so far today, I don't think she's really having an issue. Should be able to load up something nice and strong on the third attempt.
100%. And now for the final second attempt for the female lifters, we've got Emily Reynolds coming out, taking a pretty sizable jump. She's taking a 15 kilo jump from 195 to 210 kilos for her second attempt, with her best being 222.5 in competition, which we'll see, depending on how this moves, we'll see how close she gets to that or decide to go over it. Who knows? That's the beauty of powerlifting meets. You never know what's going to go on throughout the day until you see some of their first and second attempts. Easy work for Emily.
An absolutely undeniable depth from this front angle here.
Let's see a little emotion, Emily. That moved like butter. I said it once and I'll say it again. This flight is moving quickly, but all these female lifters are seasoned lifters. They've been under pressure. They've been in flights of 14. They've been in flights as low as 7. They are no strangers to this. So,
Leanne Lee coming out with 145 kilos. Only a 5 kilo jump from her second attempt, which I believe moved very well. So this should not be a problem for her at all.
Especially with Marcellus in her corner, they've probably got some solid game plan going on just to make sure that Leanne places as high as she possibly can. And that's the thing about powerlifting meets. I'm sure everybody in the chat knows, but sometimes you just want to save some of that gas for later on when you really need to go all out for deadlifts, because that's really where the meet begins. And let's see it from Leanne. Oh, and she's happy about that, and judges say 3 white lights for Leanne Lee.
Very solid execution from Leanne, going 3 for 3 on squats. Let's see if the rest of the lifters can keep that up today.
Next we have Megan Homer, 160 kilos, 352 pounds.
Now we've got Megan coming out, 160. This is 12 and a half below her best in competition. I'm not sure if she's dealing with something right now or she's sort of treating this like an SBD day, a little bit of practice, and there's nothing wrong with doing that. Sometimes people decide to do that mid-year. They figured, let me just get that meet experience, do an SBD day on the platform under competition rules, and for all we know, Megan could be doing that today.
Gets the down command. Solid depth.
And the judges say for Megan, 2-1, good lift. I imagine she could have been called for depth from the front, though it can be a little bit hard to judge. What do you think?
It is possible. She does have a very big quad, so I could see from the front angle of our head ref possibly thinking that hip crease wasn't below the knee, but seems like both of the side judges disagreed with that, and the lift is a good.
Now we've got Ellie Weinstein coming out, and this is going to be a 5 kilo attempt over her best in competition. You can see on the live stream right now, her best in competition is 167.5, and she's opting to go 172.5. So this will be a new competition best for her if she gets this lift.
Let's get some noise going. Let's get some noise going.
Taking our time here before setting up.
And you could just tell how much experience these lifters have just by their composure alone when stepping up to the bar. And it looks like we have a new competition best for Ellie. Judges say it is in the books. That is a 5 kilo competition PR for Ellie Weinstein.
And even with that, it still looked comfortable. It seemed like she had 2, maybe even 5 kilos still left on that top end.
Absolutely. And now we have Angela Martinez going to be walking up to the bar, also taking a 5 kilo jump from 177.5 to 182.5.
Up next, we have Angelina Martinez. The bar is loaded. 182.5 kilos, 402 pounds.
This is a 402-pound squat for Angela Martinez. When I say that these are some of the strongest women, not only in the country, but in the world, I am not joking when I say that.
Taking our time getting set under the bar. Looks like a strong walkout here.
And let's see it from Angelina. It's a little bit of a grinder. Can she push through?
Seems like she can.
And the judges say for that, that is a good lift. 3 white lights for Angelina. Give the 2 thumbs up of approval. She is happy about that.
See, with Angelina here on the replay, she does have quite long femurs. One of those deadlift specialists. Getting quite hinged over is normal, but from the side angle, it almost seemed like it could have been downward motion. Judges disagreed with me, and it's a good lift, walking off the platform.
I can relate to that 100%. Squatting with long femurs, not fun, but that's where deadlifts come into play. But until we get to the deadlifts, we have Janae Kovacs coming out, 197.5, and she is fired up for her 3rd attempt.
Based off her 2nd attempt, I don't think this will be a problem for her at all.
Oh, no. Taking her time unracking the bar.
Finding a strong position.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God.
Like I said, absolutely no problem at all.
There's a reason that she is the current world champion.
The last squat for our women's.
We've got 2 lifters left in the flight. We've got Megan Scanlon and Emily Reynolds. Megan is going to be taking 207.5, and Emily is going to be taking 220 kilos for her final attempt. But until we get to Emily, let's give Megan some of that energy.
And coming out for this 207.5, this is a 4.5 kilo competition PR. Let's see if she can take it.
Based off of her 2nd, this should be no problem.
I would definitely agree with you.
Megan is no stranger to grinding out lifts when necessary.
Taking her time before the unrack here. Gets the down command.
Oh my God, and the shout of approval. Megan, that's a 4.5 kilo squat PR. 4.5 kilos over her best of 203. That is a new record.
And Megan is coming in with the unofficial heaviest total ever in her division. We could definitely see that being pushed up even more today.
I did see someone comment this in the live stream. Yes, there are going to be cash prizes for the top lifters of this competition, which again is based on IPF points, not totals. Now Emily coming in 220 kilos for her final attempt. This is 2.5 below her best.
Even not being a competition PR, still an absolute monster of a squat here.
And let's see how Emily moves this. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. 220 kilos, moving like nothing. 3 white lights for Emily. Every single lift in Flight A was a good lift. I'm seeing a huge green box on my screen right now, and that's what we love to see. And now we're going to be moving on to Flight B, the men of this competition. Waskar Carpio is going to be opening up with 210 kilos on the bar. Now, mind you, this is Waskar's first competition in quite some time because he had a few injuries over the last year and a half or so, and after speaking with him in the warm-up room, he is excited to show out here in Houston, Texas on Saturday.
That's right. And Wasker, he is usually a 59 kilo competitor. He is weighing in at 65.9 kilos. So we'll see if this extra 6.9 kilos gives him any headroom on the squat here.
Yeah, he was telling me that he wasn't too concerned with body weight going into this because he said that sitting a little bit heavier, he feels much better in training, so that's probably going to translate very well to the platform. So let's see how this 210 moves. Oh my.
Moving very well.
Little Wasky, he's on the board, 210 in the books. Now we're bumping the bar up another 65 kilos to 275 for Sean Mills, otherwise known as Wheeze, the owner of Worker. Now Sean, being as young as he is, has a lot of platform experience. He knows exactly what he's doing. I mean, that same thing goes for everybody on this platform. That's exactly why they're in the primetime session of the Avancus Houston 2025 meet.
606 pounds.
Handled by Steven Singleton and the co-owner of Worker, Dion Markel.
Hey, Houston local.
Sean eyeing the bar down. He knows exactly what to do. He's no stranger to this weight.
He's done much more before in competition. This weight is absolutely routine for him.
And let's see it from Sean. One of the deepest squatters in the game, and that is exactly why we say this weight is nothing to him. Easy attempt, 3 white lights for Sean Mills.
Unbelievably fast. I mean, he sunk that at about as deep as you can get in the squat, and it just flew right back up.
A couple lifters that are out of this country. This is one of them, coming from the United Kingdom.
And now we've got Ade coming in. 275 kilos for his opener, with his best squatting competition being 310 kilos. So this is just 35 kilos shy of his best in competition. And we might see that 310 surpassed today. Now, mind you, he did fly in from the UK. However, I don't think that the travel is going to affect his performance one bit.
Right, and Ade, he is usually an 83 kilo lifter today. He is weighing in at 84.4 kilos. So once again, seeing if that extra weight can give him any bonus.
Smooth opening attempt for Ade, and the judges say that is a good lift.
This next one's really special.
Walks off with confidence. There's much more room left.
2 days ago, we invited this athlete. 2 days ago, this athlete was invited to compete.
Now this is the third 275 kilo opener in a row. Chase Gravitt. Tanner, we have an interesting story about Chase, don't we?
Yes, Tim, we do. So Chase Gravitt here, he is a 17-year-old sub-junior coming in. He took the spot for Rondell, who dropped out 2 days ago, and he's coming in with just that much notice. He's only known he's been competing for 2 days, and we'll see if he can show up.
And there's no doubt he's here to play today. 275 moving like an empty bar.
275 should not look like that on any 17-year-old's back.
Yeah, just taking a look at the replay here.
You all know him.
Even on the replay, that looks way too quick.
280 kilos, 617 pounds.
Now we've got the man, the myth, the legend, Joseph Borenstein, number 1 83 kilo lifter in the world. The only one to achieve a 900 kilo total in the 83 class, opening with 280 kilos.
The strongest 83 kg lifter to ever live.
Walks up to the bar with confidence.
And let's see it from Joseph. Joey B. Easy work for Joseph. And the judges say, good lift, I wouldn't expect anything less.
Making a signal, wrapping his hands there, maybe trying to communicate something to his coach Luke there on the sideline.
Pretty sure because he did take that opening attempt with no wrist straps, and as long as I've been watching him, he's always squatted with those, so he might just need to throw those on for his second and third.
Coming all the way from Milwaukee, the bar is loaded.
Now Demetrius might be here to deadlift today, but he's definitely here to squat. Also opening up with 280 kilos.
See what we can get from Meech here.
I know Demetrius has a certain number in mind for deadlifts. I'm not going to say that just yet. A little bit of insider information. We've got quite some time before we get to deadlifts, but let's see what Demetrius puts up for squats. And 280 moved like an empty bar.
Very smooth opener for Demetrius.
Take a look at the replay really quick.
It's like we have the replay from Joe.
Ladies and gentlemen, next we got Angelo Fortino. Our next Houston local opening up at 200.
It's all right, missing the replay on that one, but we jump over to Angelo coming out for his first squat, 285 kilos for this handsome Italian man himself.
The crowd's getting hyped up for Angelo. I think he has some of his students in the crowd.
That's right, Angelo is a high school teacher.
Angelo definitely one of the more methodical lifters. He takes his time on squat, bench, and deadlift, and that's exactly why he's one of the best lifters in the world. Slow is smooth, and smooth is fast. That was an easy opening attempt for Angelo of 285.
Up next, your favorite winner here.
Now,
His name
world number 1, Austin Perkins. 290 kilos. Austin already dominating the equip scene during his university days. And obviously there's going to be a lot of carryover to his raw lifting, and over the last few years he has shown that clearly. Opening up with 290 kilos, this should be a warm-up for Perk.
And to remind everyone, this meet is based off IPF good lift points, and Austin Perkins is coming in as our reigning leader here on the men's side and overall in this competition.
Now Austin has dealt with a lot of injuries over the years, but with Joe Stanek in his corner, he's remained fairly healthy, and that's a clear sign of it right there, making that move again like an empty bar, and he knows he is here to play today.
Coming off very excited, looking like we may see something big from Austin today.
If we've got that much energy after his opening attempt, imagine what we're going to see for deadlifts.
And another athlete all the way from Great Britain, the 20-year-old phenom himself, Nonso Chinye, coming out for a 315-kilo squat opener.
Opening up at 315 kilos.
And what if I told you we still have one more attempt after this? You thought 315 was heavy? Just wait until you see the last attempt. I know a lot of people in the live stream have been wanting to see Nonso's performance. Well, here it is. And don't blink because you're going to miss it. Show them your fitness. Deep, fast, smooth, and 3 white lights.
Also, Nonso being far in between the tallest lifter of the session, making squat, which is usually a very difficult lift for taller lifters, look very comfortable and easy.
And now, the heaviest opening attempt of the competition. 332.5 kilos. If you've heard the name Pancake God on Instagram, then you know this man has one powerful squat, and he's going to show that right now on his opening attempt. 733 pounds for his opening attempt.
733 pounds is quite a large opener, but even with Marcellus here in his corner, the Craftman team likes to make really big jumps. Will we see an 800-pound squat from Jamar today?
Now, Jamar spent most of his powerlifting career as an 83-kilo lifter, but since then moved up to 93, and it has 100% been so much better for his training and his competitions.
Gets the down command, the start command. And that was extremely easy for Jamar.
I blinked and I missed it.
Nothing but up and down.
He looks good.
Even on that replay, it looked very quick.
Right, and seeing a 20-kilo jump from Huáscar Carpio coming out for 230 on the second attempt after a 210 opener, I would definitely have to say the extra bit of body weight today is helping him out on this squat, making it feel a bit more comfortable.
Again, talking to Huáscar in the warm-up room. He flew into Texas, excited to get back on the platform, excited to get back into the swing of competing on a regular basis. And this 20-kilo jump is a clear sign of that. Huáscar taking his time to unrack the bar.
Steady walk out. Gets a down command. Looks good to me.
I would say that looked about as the second attempt should.
I wouldn't say another 20-kilo jump to the third, but
I would say 7.5 to 10 maybe.
I would have to agree.
Yeah. Now moving on, we've got Ade coming back out, taking a 20 kilo jump from 275 to 295. And it looks like Waskar actually put in a 5 kilo jump from 230 to 235 for his final attempt.
I think that will be a good call for him.
Ball is loaded.
Ade coming out for the 295 here, making a 20 kilo jump from the opening attempt. Mind you, his best in competition is 315 kilos. We will see if he surpasses that today, matches it, or just chips under it. The decision all comes from how this second attempt moves.
And let's see it. What are we thinking based off of that, Tanner?
I would say anywhere from 7.5 to 10 kilos. I don't think a personal competition best is on the board for today, but he looks confident. He executed well, squatted very deep, so maybe he could even give it a little bit higher, make it a little bit stronger.
For sure. I mean, keep in mind, Ade did come here to deadlift today just based on his opener alone, so it might be best to take a smaller jump and save some energy for pulls.
Once again, Chase Gravitt coming out, 295 on the second attempt here. Chase Gravitt is the sub-junior 93 kilo second place coming off of the World Championships. Squatted 307.5 at Worlds, and we'll see if this gives him range to make that higher.
Oh my goodness.
See, Chase always has that slight wobble out of the hole. He's a very upright squatter and has to almost squat into his hips, rock forward to reach depth. And it makes it kind of hard to see out of the bottom position what his top end really looks like, but that top portion of the lift always looks extremely explosive.
Would you say that the sleeves have anything to do with that? Because I know that stiffer sleeves can sometimes impact your squat pattern.
Right, yes, he is wearing a stiffer sleeve here, and I could see that they are pushing him into a certain position with their tightness.
Yeah. Now, for some lifters, that could be a good thing. For others, not, but that's the beauty of powerlifting. You find what works for you. And Joe Borenstein obviously has found what works for him. He's taking a 17.5 kilo jump from 280 to 297.5.
Joe was very close to taking best lifter at Worlds this year, but Austin Perkins just stretched him out. We'll see if he can reclaim that crown today.
Just going off the Borenstein RPE skill, that looked like a pretty easy lift for a second attempt, and there was some banter, friendly banter with Borenstein and Perk in the warm-up area, so we'll see who comes out on top today.
Then we pan over to Sean Mills, the worker, coming out for a 300 kilo second attempt, a 25 kilo jump from the first. This is a very big jump, and it's unusual to see. Maybe it means he's feeling really good today.
And if you'll notice with some of these lifters, they have the same exact setup for all of their attempts. Sean, he usually walks back and forth a little bit, takes a look at the bar, gets under it, and then he just executes.
Walkout looks comfortable. And Sean squats very deep, and still, even on the second attempt, looks like an empty bar, just down and up.
Back up, we have Demetrius Smith, also taking 300 kilos.
We've got another 300 kilo squat attempt from Demetrius Smith, taking a 20 kilo jump from 280 to 300.
Bar is loaded.
Again, Demetrius is here to pull today, but he's got an impressive squat on him also.
Coming in with a 310 kilo competition best, this second attempt will let his coaches know if they have the room to load up a new best on the third.
And let's see this. Fairly easy second attempt from Meach. And judges say 3 white lights.
I would say 12.5 kilos is there for just to chip out that competition best.
For sure. Just a couple of quick shout-outs. We've got the TSS spotting and loading crew. We have the Eleco competition equipment. And of course, the meet is being put on by Avancus, the #1 shoe in powerlifting. Austin Perkins coming back out, taking a 15-kilo jump from 290 to 305. And knowing Perk, he's going to make this move better than his opening attempt. And just a reminder, Perk is a 74-kilo lifter. That is 163 pounds squatting this much weight. There's a reason he's the #1 74-kilo lifter in the world.
Oh yeah. 672 pounds should not move like that on a 74-kilo frame.
That is a good lift.
Perk walking away with a smile on his face. And we'll see what Joe puts in it for his third. Angelo coming out to take the same weight, a 20-kilo jump from 285 to 305. Now, Angelo, slow with execution, but if there's anything about Angelo, he is consistent with squats, especially as of late.
Angelo also has a massive pull on him. I know for a while he's been aiming to be the first 83-kilo lifter to squat 7 and deadlift 800 in the same competition. We'll see if he can make that possible today.
Angelo taking his time setting up. Come on, Angelo, do it for your students. It looks smooth.
Another smooth lift from Angelino.
With Angelo's squat, he does tempo that descent quite often, or very controlled here. And for a lot of lifters, usually slowing it down this much doesn't allow for them to get that stretch reflex, that pop out of the bottom position. But for Angelo, it seems like it works well for him.
100%. We've got Nonso coming back out. He's taking a 25-kilo jump from 315 to 340.
The bar is loaded.
And again, being one of the taller lifters in competition, if not the tallest, his performance is nothing short of impressive.
Steps up to the bar very confidently. This unrack should be easy. He's done this before multiple times in competition. Should not be a problem.
No question on depth there. And that is a good lift for Nonso.
Tim, what do you think the range is on that?
Honestly, I'm going to say anywhere from 12 to 17. I'm going to give myself a pretty sizable range there, anywhere from 12 to 17. Jump in, we'll see that on the leaderboard really quickly. But until then, we've got Jamar coming back out, taking 12 and a half. From 332 to 345.
I know Jamar's opener moved very well. They could be conserving the energy for that third attempt, taking a very big jump, or maybe something happened in between lifts.
Absolutely. And I know that Jamar has had depth issues in the past. We'll see if that affects him today. I don't think they should. He's been working with Marcellus for a very long time, and if you know anything about Marcellus, he works on those details to make sure that he puts his lifters in the best positions possible. So let's see Jamar's execution.
Depth looks comfortable.
Oh my God, another empty bar attempt for Jamar, and the judges say 3 white lights. He wants more. He wants more. He said to load it up.
Yeah, I definitely think they were conserving for that top end on the third attempt.
And this is a fast competition. We're already back to the top of the flight. Wasgard coming back out, taking a 5 kilo jump. We thought earlier that he was going to take anywhere from 7.5 to 10, but he might be saving some energy for pulls. We need to remind everybody this is his first competition in quite some time. He wants to put on the best show that he possibly can today, and it's all about adding kilos to your total little by little. And with him, it's just taking a 5 kilo jump from his second to his third. So let's see how Wasgard makes this move.
Right, and coming off of his second attempt, I believe we forgot to mention that his second attempt was already a 7.5 kilo competition PR. So this would just be extending that even further.
And after Wasgard's attempt, we'll just take a look at the scoreboard on Lifting Cast. Reminder, you can follow the meet live from there with the numbers.
That looks good.
It's a little bit too heavy on the day. That is fine. He's still going 2 for 3. Walking away with a 230 kilo squat.
Which, as we mentioned, was a 7.5 kilo competition PR already.
That's right. And for everybody curious, Jamar put in 363 kilos for his final attempt. We've got a few minutes before we see that. Until then, let's head back to Joseph Bornstein, putting in 307.5, taking 10 kilos over 297.5.
This is a 2.5 kilo competition PR for Joe as well.
These athletes want to hear you. Let's make some noise.
Joe getting the crowd hyped up for his final squat attempt.
Taking his time with his pre-lift ritual.
Tested the waters a little bit there with that false unrack. It's a fight. And that is a new best for Joseph Bornstein. 307.5 for his final attempt.
Great execution there and giving him a good start to the day. While coming out for a great squat, he's an even bigger deadlifter.
Absolutely.
Ade wants what Joe has. Ade wants to take the crown from Joe Bornstein.
It's only the start to the day, but Bornstein is not here to play any games.
677 pounds. Ade Omasakin.
And one of, if not the biggest rivalry of the day, Ade Omasakin coming out immediately after Joe. He took a close second to Joe at Worlds, and today he's gunning for that top #1 position.
Ade letting everybody know that the travel did not impact his performance at all the way here from Europe to Houston, Texas. Let's see how this third attempt moves for Ade. It's a fight, but smooth fight. And the judges say for Ade, that is a good lift. Now, how would you say that move compared to Joe's squat? Because we've got some people curious.
I would say it was pretty close together. Joe's looked a little bit smoother. Maybe there was slightly more on the top end. But for Ade, I think they chose just the right number for today.
100%.
2 days ago, he found out he's doing the street.
Now we've got Chase Gravitt coming back out, the mystery lifter, the youngest lifter of this session. Just a reminder again, how old is Chase?
Chase Gravitt is 17 years old, coming out of Oklahoma City. The only sub-junior of the competition and out-squatting some of the open guys.
Chase taking a 15 kilo jump to 310, and let's see how this moves. with 2 days notice, coming off of a volume block. That is 2-1.
That is a good lift, for Chase.
That is still a good lift.
And I mean, with the roster we have today, a lot of these guys, they have very strong squats, but they have even stronger deadlifts, and Chase is definitely in that mix.
We had somebody curious in the live stream commentary. Chase competes as a 93-kilo lifter. We've got Weeze coming back out. Sean Mills taking 15 kilos, 315 on the bar. Now, with the speed, his opener, and his second move, this should be no problem. And he's taken this weight plenty of times before.
Show how you work, Sean.
Bringing the energy to the bar, looks confident. I have no doubt Sean can execute on this.
Sean taking his time with the squat. He gets the squat command.
That looks solid. Come on.
It's a little bit too heavy on the day. That's fine. He's still walking away with 300 kilos.
See, something I noticed there, when Sean walked out, it seemed like he had to take a couple extra breaths for his brace. I wonder if he couldn't get a full brace.
For his third squat, Demetrius Smith taking 315 kilos.
And in our current standings, coming off of the halfway through the third attempt squats, we have Jamar Royster in first with 345 on his squat. And we pan over to Demetrius Smith with 315 for the third attempt.
Now, based on his second, how do you think this is going to move for Demetrius?
I don't think this should be a problem for Meech at all. Second was smooth, depth was good. He just has to run it back.
And this is going to be a 5-kilo meet PR attempt for Demetrius.
Let's go, Meech. Solid depth. A little bit of a grind.
It looks like that is a meet PR for Meech. 315. Good lift.
He is not just a deadlifter.
Definitely seems happy with that third attempt.
Absolutely. And now, Austin Perkins. 320 kilos being loaded up, taking a 15-kilo jump from 305 to 320.
See, 10 kilos under his competition best. Austin is a massive squatter. He is coming in as the leader on GL points today. I wonder if he just doesn't think he needs to take his top end to win.
With the way that Joe Bornstein is lifting today, he might just push Perk to where he actually has to try.
And that looked very comfortable for Austin. Like we said, he's done much more in comp, executed on this lift very well.
Heading over to give a hug to his wife, Sid. And now we've got Angelo Fortino coming up, 322.5 kilos. 710 pounds for Angelo.
As I mentioned earlier, Angelo is gunning for the first 83 to squat 7 and pull 8 in the same competition. This is into that 7 range.
And now I know that Angelo was saying in the warm-up area that he has been dealing with a couple of wrist injuries, for lack of better words, but I don't think it's going to impact his performance that much today. We'll get a better idea of that on bench press, but in the meantime, let's take a look at his third squat.
Gets a squat command, ready for the slowed eccentric.
It did look a little high from my angle, but we'll see what the judges say. And that is unfortunately 2-1, no lift for Angelo.
That was a no.
On the replay, it's hard to tell through the spotter of this camera angle, but did seem a little bit high.
And now we've got Nonso coming back out, 355 loaded up, taking a 15-kilo jump.
This will be a 2.5 kilo competition PR for Nonso if he successfully gets this lift.
Yeah, and it looks like he's taking that 15-kilo jump like I had given that range before. I thought he was going to take anywhere from 12.5 to 17.5. He's taking the middle ground with that, with 355.
Is loaded.
Let's see what Nonso does.
Easy unrack. Gets the down command.
Deep squat. It's a little bit of a fight, and
looks like he was able to power through. Let's see what the judges say.
No doubt, 3 white lights.
3 white lights.
Now we've got Jamar Royster coming out. An 18-kilo jump, 363 kilos for Jamar.
And 363, that is 800 pounds coming off of a 357.5 competition PR. Could he be the first 93 to squat 800?
This is a national record attempt. Jamar has been working his entire career for this moment. Jamar getting the crowd hyped up. He needs that energy from everybody. He wants this 800 squat.
Getting excited here, taking his time to set up behind the bar.
Now, mind you, even though this is a national record, this is 8 kilos over the world record. And let's see it from Jamar.
The depth.
The speed. What do the judges say on that? That is a good lift, a new national record, an unofficial world record of 363 kilos. Jamar Royster with the 800-pound squat, and what an amazing first discipline, the squats of the Avancus Houston Primetime 2025. Everybody is showing out right now. The energy is there. We're going to be taking a quick break to break down for bench. We'll be back in 10 minutes. All right, welcome back to the Avancus Houston Primetime 2025. We're back for the bench discipline of the competition. Leanne Lee leading us off with 77.5 kilos on the bar.
And a very solid opening attempt from Leanne. That looked like very easy work.
And Ellie Weinstein's going to be opening up with 80 kilos. You said you wanted to talk a little bit about placings and forecasts.
Right. With the forecast here, we are seeing that coming out of bench or coming out of squats, we got a good baseline of the GLs, but with bench here, that gives us a solid prediction of where things are going to be coming together today. Ellie sliding back, setting up her arch here.
Easy opening attempt from Ellie. And the judges say that is a good lift. Now, bench being probably the calmest portion of the meet, it gives all the lifters a good chance to recoup from all the energy that they expended during squats.
Jumping off of Ellie, here comes Megan Hurlbert opening with 95 kilos on the bench. Currently sitting in 7th position for forecasted GL based off of openers.
Easy opening attempt from Megan. And 3 white lights. Now, obviously, we're going to be seeing a variety of different styles of bench pressing, would you say?
I would definitely say so. They're especially on the women's side, they have that little bit extra mobility there, so we could see some of these higher archers, lower archers, even some of them trying to combat that elbow depth rule with a sink and press. Lots of variety, and we can see a lot come together.
Emily Reynolds coming out 100 kilos as her opening attempt, with her best in competition being 110. So based on how this moves, we might see a new competition best.
Emily is currently forecasted in 6th place position.
Easy opening attempt from Emily. No doubts there. Obviously a good lift. And now we've got Angelina Martinez. She's going to be coming out with 100 kilos. 105 kilos. I was just waiting for the scores to update. Yeah, Angelina Martinez, 105 as her opening attempt.
Angelina coming in with a 112.5 kilo personal best bench. 105 gives a good range to possibly break that on the 3rd attempt.
She gets a start command. Pretty high arch from Angelina.
See what the judges say?
And that is a good lift.
Right, and even with Angelina here having quite a high arch, she also has very long arms, so it doesn't seem like elbow depth will be an issue for her at all.
No. Just working within the rules of powerlifting. And now we've got Janae Kovacs coming out 120 kilos for her opening attempt.
This is her opener, and it matches her personal best in competition.
Oh, so we're going to see a new competition PB.
I would definitely say so. Janae here, forecasted off of opening attempts, is in 3rd place on the women's side.
definitely a little bit more calm versus when she came out for squats, but hey, she might just need to be a little bit more calm and composed for bench press. Smooth opening attempt, judges say. That is a good lift.
So, opening attempt matches the personal best, moved easy. I think she's definitely going to be working with something big today.
Oh yeah, anything from here is going to be a new comp best.
I was speaking with her in the warm-up room today, and she was saying that she's aiming for that open national record total.
Bar is loaded.
Until we see that, we've got Megan Scanlon coming out the heaviest opener, 137.5. An impressive opening attempt from Megan.
And those who do not know kilo math, that is 303 pounds, an absolutely massive opener for any woman in this sport.
I would even just say in general, a 300 plus pound bench press is impressive no matter who you are.
I would definitely have to agree.
Speedy.
And like we said, with the variety of presses here, Megan is a very good example of the sink and press.
Yeah, you'll see some lifters opt to take a soft touch. You'll see some lifters sink. It just depends on what works best for you.
Offensively and Lee, 85 kilos, 187 pounds of bars loaded.
Rounding us back to the start of the flight, second attempt opener, or second attempt, Leanne Lee with 85 kilos.
Taking a 7.5 kilo jump from her opening attempt.
This moves her forecast to second place amongst the women.
Yeah, right now she's currently sitting in 4th place. And Leanne being a perfect example of that soft touch. And that is a good lift.
Moved very well for a second. I think they have a lot of room to play with. Already taking a 7.5 kilo jump from that first attempt, which you don't see very often, especially amongst the lighter weight classes.
Absolutely. And I know we've got a few minutes before we see this, but Megan is going to be taking a record attempt on her second bench press. Until then, Ellie Weinstein coming back out 85. This is actually her best in competition lift. So depending on how this moves, we're probably going to see something on top of that.
Currently sitting in 7th place position. This will move her into a forecasted 5th place.
And the judges say that is a good lift. I could see another 2.5. I don't think she's got much more than that, but I could be wrong.
2.5, I possibly see 5 there.
Okay.
Emily Reynolds, 105 kilos, 231 pounds.
Emily Reynolds coming out.
Bar is loaded.
And I believe I had said before that her best in yep, it's right there on the screen. Her best in competition is 110, so this is 5 kilos below her best.
Taking a 5 kilo jump from the first attempt, could be pacing to match that on the third. Taking her time to set up here.
She gets a start command. I want to say put 7.5 on that.
I would definitely agree. I think 7.5 is there.
Yeah.
Very easy second attempt from Emily. Coming. Megan Hurlbert coming out for her second attempt, also taking 105 kilos. This is 2.5 under her personal best, pacing out for a new personal best on the third attempt.
Yeah, and right now Megan is sitting in 6th place overall. I would say that she's in store for a new personal best.
Right. I could see 5 kilos there. I think 5 kilos would be the good call and would be a comfortable call.
Yeah, she definitely seems happy about that.
Watching back the replay here, she is much of a lower arch bencher using all of that brute strength.
And Angelina Martinez putting 5 kilos on her opener, bumping up to 110.
2.5 kilos below her personal best.
And right now she's sitting in 7th place, but forecasted for 4th based on pulls. Like I had said earlier, the meet really doesn't start until the deadlifts.
Taking her time to set up here.
Seemed like a good lift for Angelina, and the judges say that is a good lift. 3 white lights.
Looked comfortable. I see anywhere from 2.5 to 5 kilos on that jump.
And like Tanner had mentioned before for Janae, her best in competition was 120. So really anything after that is a new in competition best. She decided to take a 5 kilo jump from 120 to 125.
Currently sitting in 2nd place position.
Now, despite this being the calmest portion of the competition, we're still moving pretty quickly.
Receives the liftoff.
And that seems like a new in competition best. And the judges agree. 3 white lights. She's excited for that.
Seemed like a little bit of a fight there for a 2nd attempt.
And like I mentioned just a bit ago, Megan is taking a national record attempt for her 2nd attempt, 144.5 kilos. This is 7 kilos over her opening attempt.
Still 3 kilos under her personal best. This should be easy work for her. Takes her time to latch her belt and really find the best position here on the bench.
I would say setting up on bench could arguably be a little bit more important than on squats, but hey, I could be wrong. Megan again showing that sink, and that looked like an easy national record attempt, and the judges say that is a good lift, 3 white lights. That is a new national record.
Can that really be a national record if it moves that easy?
Well, that's why she's got the 3rd one, another national record under her belt.
I don't think that will be a problem.
Moving back to the top of the flight, a little order change. We're actually going to be having Ellie on the platform. We had Leanne opening up and leading off for her for the 2nd benches, but now we have Ellie. A little bit of an order change, only going up 2.5 kilos to 87.5.
Remember on the 2nd attempt that it was quite of a grind. I do believe that the 2.5 kilo jump was the right call here.
Absolutely. It's all about building that total.
Push.
And 2.5 kilos was definitely the right call. Judges say on that. We're hearing 3 white lights in the crowd. And the judges say,
if we can get them here.
Judges are giving a 2-to-1 good lift.
Watching the replay from the front here.
Yeah, let's see where that could have been called. So it seems like from this angle, her butt did come off the bench just a little bit. She might have been called on that, but the interesting thing was it was called from the opposite side referee.
That referee must have a great eye.
Yeah. Leanne taking a 5 kilo jump from 85 to 90 for her third.
Moving her from current third position to forecasted second place.
That's an easy third attempt for Leanne.
And like we said earlier, the original jump she made from her first attempt to second, 7.5 kilos, is quite a big jump. I think she could have done it there again.
Absolutely. Megan Holbert coming out, taking a 2.5 kilo jump from 105 to 107.5. Now, is this 2.5 below her in... No, this actually matches it.
Matching her personal best in competition, making sure she can hit a load she's hit before to keep building on that total and rising those GL points.
Right now, Megan is sitting in 5th place. I believe before second, she was sitting in 6th. And it looks like she matches her in-competition best if the judges give a good lift. And it is a good lift, matching her competition best.
Looking comfortable, leaving some energy out there. Going to be a good time coming around on deadlifts.
110 kilos, 242 pounds. The bar is loaded.
And Emily Reynolds comes out with 110 kilos on the third attempt to match her personal best.
I'm honestly surprised you didn't opt to take 112 just based on how that 105 moved.
I would agree with you, but it's almost sacrilegious in powerlifting to take a bigger jump from your second attempt to your third.
This is true, especially on bench. Though I have no doubt this will move. And you see what I mean there.
There was another 5.
You see what I mean there.
Very easy for Emily. Walks off.
She might have shocked herself there, honestly.
See the replay here.
53 pounds. The bar is loaded.
And now we've got Angela Martinez coming out, taking yet again a 5 kilo jump from 110 to 115.
With a 2.5 kilo competition PR if this is successful.
Again, with bench press, I don't think it's going to move the needle that much because she is still forecasted for 4th, but currently sits in 7th. So we'll see how she performs on deadlifts after her third bench.
Yeah, the small jumps on bench may not move the needle a lot, but today it is so close that every kilo counts.
It's a little bit of a grinder.
Looked like a good lift to me.
And it was, and she's definitely happy about that.
Walks off with a smile on her face.
Up next, just a 2.5 kilo jump for Janae Kovacs. Trying to check that total.
And Janee taking a 2.5 kilo jump from her second to her third. Again, her in-competition best was 120 kilos, so she already has that 125, a 5 kilo competition best, and now she is attempting to add on to that with 127.5.
Right, the second attempt was pretty hard. It's possible this 2.5 was here. See if she can get it on the board. Receives a start command. Quick press.
Oh my God, that moved better than her second.
That moved much better than the second. There must have been some kind of misgroove, but I think there was even more room on the top end.
Oh yeah. And we have another national record attempt, breaking her own record that she set not even 10 minutes ago, Megan Scanlon deciding to take 146. This is 1.5 over what she just did, 144.5. Her second attempt, I mean, it moved like an empty bar.
Yeah, I don't think 1.5 kilos will be a problem here at all. She's currently sitting in first position, and she will remain that whether this list is successful or not.
Megan taking her time with the setup.
And not a problem at all.
My God. 3 white lights. Now, one interesting thing about Megan's bench press before we get on to the men, do you think that she sinks the bar a little bit more so she doesn't get called for elbow depth?
I would definitely have to say so. She is in quite a high arch position.
Yep.
So by sinking and having that slightly forward shift as she descends, it allows those elbows to get just deep enough.
100%. Now moving on to the men. Flight B, we've got Waskar Carpio coming out, 145 kilos for his opening attempt.
Opening only 3 kilos under his personal best.
Again, deciding to compete a little bit heavier is for sure helping him during this competition. Deciding not to take a handoff. He's got a new PB in store. Easy opener.
I would definitely have to agree. And we didn't have much time to mention it because we came off of the women quite quickly, but the women did not have a single missed lift up until this point.
That green box only got bigger. They are definitely showing out today. And moving back on to the men, we've got Wheeze coming back. Sean Mills, 165 kilos, 364 pounds for his opening attempt.
Looks like he is communicating to the spotter what kind of liftoff he would like. Athletes, especially at this level, they're all technicians. They have very specific ways that they like to set up, they like to execute. And if you take your time onto the platform, speak with the spotter, you can make sure that you have the same execution on each and every attempt.
Absolutely. It's not like in training where you have a dedicated spotter for you. You know how they hand off to you, so you have to be very specific to whoever is spotting and loading. Sean with the soft touch, and that's easy work for his opener.
Seemed very comfortable. Also, one of the athletes today rocking the high top custom Houston Avancus.
Now we're going to have Angelo Fortino coming out, and we had an interesting development for Angelo. We didn't mention this during the squat portion of the competition, but it seems that the jury overturned his third squat.
So it looks like he walks away with that 322.5 kilo or 711 pound squat on the board. Angelo is notorious for being a huge squatter, a huge deadlifter, but his bench usually trails a little bit behind. I know he's been putting a lot of work into it in training. Hopefully today's the day it will show up on the meet.
I did tell Angelo in the warm-up room that I want to see him bench 3 reds today, and we'll see. Hopefully we'll see it happen.
This will show us.
I want to say yes.
It seemed almost as he descended that his elbows flared back, and it could have gave him a disadvantaged press position. Right. So if he does clean that up, I don't think 3 reds will be too much of a problem.
Now, I believe I remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, that Angelo used to bench with wrist reps, and it seems he's opting to not use them. It could put him in a little bit more of a stacked position, which could help his bench.
That is possible. We'll see if he comes around on his second with them on or not. Jumping over to the next competitor, Chase Gravitt, the 17-year-old, coming out for 170 kilos on his opener. This takes him from current 10th place to 7th.
And for a reason. That was a smooth opening attempt for Chase. Pretty much the wild card of this meet because he had 2 days notice that he was competing in prime time since Rondell dropped out due to an injury.
Actually, Chase was on the drive here to handle another athlete only 2 days ago. He got the call driving down from Oklahoma to Texas today.
Now, Tanner, who was that athlete?
That athlete would be me. I had competed in the morning session.
Moving on, Ade coming out 187.5 for his opening bench press attempt.
Only 7.5 kilos under his personal best. If this moves well, we should be seeing some decent jumps to make that happen.
Absolutely. Currently sitting in 8th place, but he is forecasted for 5th because, again, he's got a massive pull on him. Smooth opening attempt.
Looks strong. And the judges say, good lift, 3 white lights.
3 white lights. Up next, Jamal Royster coming in hot after that squat session. Here to build up a total 192.5 kilos, 420.
And even on Ade's attempt there, it seemed like it moved very well, but if you watch that replay, he did hit the rack on the way up, so the second could move even better.
Right. Now, Jamar Royster coming out with 192.5 for his opening attempt, and just as a reminder, he did set a record earlier in the meet with an 800-pound squat, 363 kilos, and live commentary. The bad thing about that, sometimes you say things without thinking about them. I would like to make a quick correction to myself, some of the comments that I made a little bit earlier. I did mention that Jamar had some depth issues on squats, but I would like to say, in fact, no, he didn't. I made a mistake saying that, so that all doesn't matter right now because he had an amazing opening bench press attempt, and the judges say 3 white lights for Jamar.
That was only 10 kilos below his personal best, and with the athletes, especially in these weight classes, on these bigger benches, that could be a single jump.
Now Austin Perkins coming out, 74 kilo king, the same weight on the bar, 192.5.
Opening 7.5 kilos under the personal best. Steady unrack, receives the down command.
Easy work for Austin Perkins.
Very easy press, pulls him into the holding first position.
There's got to be something about that new father strength because him and his wife did just have their first child. Congratulations to them. Demetrius Smith coming out to take the same weight, 192.5.
See, and 192.5, no matter the weight class, is a strong bench. And for these deadlifters like Meech, he can get a big bench together. That will pull the total very high.
Absolutely.
Meech opting for the low arch position brute strength bench. And it seems like it works very well for him. 3 white lights, that's a good lift.
That is just pure strength right there.
Seeing the replay, you can see exactly how fast this moved.
Yeah, especially considering that long range of motion, too. Now we've got Nonso coming out 200 kilos for his opening attempt.
17.5 kilos under his personal best. This should move very easily.
And just going over, I see somebody in chat right now. Jamal, I see you. I love you too. Let's see how Nonso makes this move.
Moved very comfortably, and that's 3 white lights from the judges. Good lift.
Yeah, all these opening bench press attempts have been moving as they should. I haven't seen any struggle.
Right, we should be in for a good round here.
Now, Joseph Bornstein, the heaviest bench press opener of the session, 205.
13 kilos below the personal best.
Now, even as a 74-kilo lifter, Joe has always had a very, very strong bench press, and when he bumped up weight classes, it only helped him that much more. So we'll see how his opening attempt moves.
I don't think this will be a problem for him. If this lift is successful, it will move Joe into second place position. Oh.
Did I see a little bit of a stutter there?
Yeah, it almost seemed as if his elbows swayed backward, and that is 2 white lights, or 2 red lights, no lift. Just a slight bit of a misgroove. It happens on competition day. He can come around on his second attempt, clean it up, and get on the board.
I did see him pointing to his sternum, so something could have happened there. We'll see if they go to the jury to overturn that, because it doesn't look like there was any down and up motion on the bar, but we'll see if it gets overturned.
Then we jump over to Waskar here, coming out for 155 kilos. This is 7 kilos above his personal best on the second attempt.
I see another familiar face in the comments right now. Hello, Luke. I see you. Let's get back to Waskar, though. 155 for his second attempt.
Receives it down.
Smooth second attempt.
That's 7 kilos above his personal best.
He might not show it, but I know for a fact he's happy about that.
I would definitely agree.
Angelo Fortino making a 7.5 kilo jump to 155, 341 pounds. The bar is loaded.
Now, Angelo, 172.5. This is just 2.5 below those 3 red plates. And based on his opener, this should move pretty well. And, hopefully we see that 175 or even more go up on his third.
Only 2.5 kilos below his competition personal best of that 175 kilos.
And one more familiar face in the comments, Thomas. Hello. Oh, wow.
That looked better than his opener. If he can execute on the third like he did on that one, I think we are in for a personal best above that 3 red range.
100%. What did it say that his in-competition best was?
It said that he's hit 3 reds in the collar, 175 kilos before.
Okay, that's great. That's great.
Speaking of 3 reds in the collar, we have Sean Mill coming out for that exact load, 175 kilos. Quite a bit under the personal best bench.
Sean taking his time to set up.
Getting the unrack here.
And even despite that long range of motion, it was no problem for Sean Mills. Looked like a good lift, and the judges say 3 white lights.
See, recently I've been following his training on Instagram, and it has seemed like his bench was tracking a little bit behind.
Right.
But here on meet day, it seems like the taper could have pulled it together.
Yeah, all that matters is what you put up on the platform. And I'm trying to keep up with comments as best as possible. Maximilo, shout out to you. You've been engaged this entire time, and I'd like to see the same from everybody else in chat. We have 2.3K people, 2,300 people plus in chat right now, taking a look at Chase's second attempt on bench press.
180 kilos. Looked like a little bit of effort off the chest, but still a smooth lift, and from the judges, good 3 white lights.
We have Ade Omisake trying to capitalize here. 197
And coming out next is Ade Omisake with 197.5 kilos. As we mentioned, his first attempt moved well, but he did make contact with the rack. If he can get his groove a little bit better here, this shouldn't be a problem either. This
100%.
This is also 2.5 kilos above his personal best.
Ade taking his time, and he's got it unracked.
Oh,
a little bit of a stutter there.
see, that's something you gotta pay attention with as a athlete benching on these Alico racks. When you set up back, those pins, they can stick out just enough to make contact if your bar isn't exactly equal or exactly level and perpendicular to the floor.
Right, because I did notice that even after he got the press command, he waited just a hair longer, and normally you'll see, like, as soon as you hear that press command, people will go Mach 5 with their presses, but it seems he waited just a hair, and that could have been the pins, like you said.
Right, and Jamar coming out for 202 on the second attempt bench here, 202 and a half.
Jamar obviously with a very strong squat, and he's got an equally strong bench, 202.5. Solid second attempt.
3 white lights for Jamar. He's on
And
fire
3 white
today.
lights.
That little bit of a celebration there. I would say he's feeling good, ready to raise the bar on the third attempt.
And just a few, actually, let's pay attention to something really quickly. This is a chip over Taylor Atwood's 74 bench press record, correct?
I believe so.
Yeah, so we heard rumors in the warm-up room that Austin was going to try chipping Taylor's world record with 203.
Which is a very long-standing national record.
Excuse me, national record. Oh my goodness.
I don't think he needed the chip.
No.
They're sitting on the bench
That
pondering over it.
long-standing record has fallen.
It seems like he may have even surprised himself with that.
Demetrius is going to be coming out for 205, taking a 12.5. That's correct, a 12.5 kilo jump. And just a few more people in the comments right now. Julia, Kim, and I believe there was one more. I'm sorry if I'm missing it right now, but thank you everybody for being engaged with the live stream. All the engagement is much appreciated. We're trying to show the same energy online as we are in the crowd right now, and as we're watching the meet from the tables off to the side.
And seeing Meech's first attempt, it moved extremely well. I don't think this 12.5 kilo jump, which is usually big on bench, will be a problem. That was unbelievably fast.
Yes, and mind you, and I thought we were on thirds for a second. We're only on second attempts.
And these numbers are getting well into the personal best of most of these lifters.
212, 468 pounds.
Joe Borenstein coming out with 212.5 kilos after the little bit of a misgroove on the first attempt. Let's see if we can clean it up and get on the board.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they went to the jury to try to overturn it, because it's clear that the strength was there, so they decided maybe it's best that we don't. Just focus on putting some weight on the bar and executing a little bit better.
Right, and as you mentioned on the first attempt, he did signal that he was pointing at his chest afterwards, so if he can get a solid touch point here, it shouldn't be a problem.
And there it is right there. I have no doubt that's a good lift. And the judges agree.
3 white lights.
And that's the exact thing about these lifters. They might have something go wrong on the platform, but they'll come out the next attempt and execute like the previous attempt never even happened.
Right. Like we've mentioned multiple times so far on this live stream at this event, all of these athletes are well-seasoned veterans. They know how to adjust on the day when things go awry. They can still come back and make it happen. Coming up next, Nonso Chinye already setting up at the bar, 212.5 kilos, 5 kilos below his personal best.
No problem for him at all. Obviously, being the tallest lifter, he's probably got the longest range of motion in the competition, but no problem for him.
Right, that's something I was going to mention. Definitely another lifter there with a long range of motion, which you can see he may not even be at max grip, or maybe he's just that wide that it doesn't seem like he's at max grip.
And that's the other thing, too. People might think that max grip is going to magically fix your bench, but for all you know, a medium grip, a close grip, it might even feel a bit better for you.
Right. And then jumping over to Huáscar Carpio, coming out 162.5 kilos on his bench here. The extra body weight is definitely helping. If this is successful, This will be 14.5 kilos above his personal best previous to this competition. Waskar is currently sitting in 9th place position. This will remain him in 9th place position.
Again, Waskar's first competition in quite some time, and it seems like he is having a really good day. Now let's see how this third moves. That extra body weight is doing that work. That is a good lift for Waskar.
Very comfortable, great way to round off bench for Waskar.
Now Angelo Fortino. Once we get the stats back up on the screen, I believe this is going to be 2.5 over his competition best, and yes, that is correct. So we'll see if Angelo can bench 391 pounds in competition.
Currently sitting in 4th place position. Taking his time, making sure everything is in the right position. Nice soft touch and an easy press.
Angelo. He's here. He knows it. He goes to John Song, his coach. He's excited, and we'll see him back out for pulls, also being handled by Andrew Tran.
Get to see the replay here from the front position. And I think there was more than a 2.5 best on that. Sean Mills coming out for his third and final attempt of the bench press, 182.5 kilos. This is quite a bit below his personal best, but he can still build a total and make it work.
Even though we have some lifters that are performing a little bit below their best, they're still putting on quite the show, and Sean's a great example of that. Easy work for Sean Mills, Mr. Worker himself.
3 white lights, it's a good lift.
Up next, we have Chase Gravett taking.
And coming up next is Chase Gravett taking 182.5 kilos for his third and final attempt. This is quite a bit below his personal best as well. He did 190 kilos at Sub-Junior Worlds. May not be feeling the best on bench today, but he is a massive deadlifter and can always make it up later on deadlifts.
Right now he is sitting in 8th place and forecasted for 7th overall. And mind you, he's only 17 years old in this stacked competition. Ooh. A little bit of a hiccup there, but what did the judges say? That is a good lift. It was just a stall. There was no down and up.
May have been the reason that they were taking that low of a third. He just couldn't find his balance properly on bench, and like we've mentioned so many times before, sometimes that's what you got to do. You have to adjust on meet day based off the circumstances.
Now Ade coming back out, and we're thinking that he had a slight hiccup with the pins on bench press, and hopefully he just cleans it up. He decided to take a 5-kilo jump from his missed second attempt of 197.5. So
Right.
there's no doubt that the strength is there.
And in a competition of this level, with the pacing being so tight between athletes, even if you have a missed lift, you have to stay on the board somehow, and taking that 5-kilo jump from the second to third is how he does it. Oh.
No doubt in the world, he had more there.
Quite a bit. I would say 5, possibly 7.5 on that.
Absolutely.
Up next, the man of the hour, Jamar Oyster, 207.5, 457.
And Jamar Royster is coming out with 207.5 for his third final attempt bench. If this bench is successful, it will remain him in second place position. Or, sorry, based off forecasted deadlifts, this will put him into 6th place position.
I mean, that 800-pound squat did mean a lot to Jamar, so let's see this third. It's a little bit of a fight, and he locks those elbows out.
Yep.
Jamar's looking great today.
Jamar, 2-1 good lift. He is 6 for 6 going into deadlifts.
Very hyped coming off the platform there. It seems like he's on. See if he can round it together on deadlifts.
And now we've got Perk coming back out to break his own national record, 208 kilos. He just broke the national record with 203 on his second, and he's taking a 5-kilo jump. And hey, based off his second, I have no doubt in the world he's got this.
I think this will be quite easy collection for Perk. Receiving the liftoff here. Gets a start command.
Oh my goodness, Perk.
A very smooth third attempt.
Put that crown on your head, Perk.
Just like that. Up next, we have Demetrius. 215.
Now Demetrius still taking a pretty sizable jump from his second to his third. You said that he had to put a little bit more effort into his second attempt, right?
I thought his second attempt moved very well. I didn't think it was much of a problem.
I might be thinking of a different lifter then. The meet's moving so fast that my brain is scrambled, but the energy here is unmatched. 215 for Demetrius.
Meach is one of those lifters whose bench moves very fast up until it doesn't. Second attempt moved well, but 10-kilo jumps, a lot of weight. Come on. Little bit of a fight.
Just a little bit too much on the day. 212 still would have been a grinder. 210 definitely would have been there.
Right, and as I said, like there's some of these athletes here that they're extremely explosive, and you may even see on that second attempt, you think they have 10, 12, 15 kilos, but it's just not in the range.
Now Nonso coming out 217.5 for his third and final attempt.
Matching his personal competition best.
Taking a much smaller jump from his first to his second, but this is pretty normal to see.
Self lift off. A little bit of a fight. Can you lock it?
He's got those elbows locked out. And he matches his in-competition best.
Good lift for the junior phenom.
I didn't think we'd see this many records being broken.
I didn't expect it, especially coming from Joe here after his first attempt mishap. I know we saw on the second that 212.5 moved very well, but he's coming out for 219 for a national record lift.
But hey, I mean, that's exactly why they're here in Houston, Texas today in prime time.
Making sure his feet are in the perfect position before setting up, doing his pre-lift ritual.
And let's see it.
Come on. A little bit of a fight. Can he lock it out?
And what do the judges say on that?
I think the right elbow was slightly soft.
That is 3 white lights. That is a national record. He goes and gives his wife a little bit of kiss, and that concludes. Oh, actually, go ahead.
I apologize.
No.
You see on the replay here, I said that the right elbow may have been soft, but I think that was just the angle we had.
Right.
From this replay, it looks like an undoubtable third and final attempt to round off the benches.
Absolutely, and that concludes like you said, that concludes the benches for the primetime session. We're going to be breaking down for deadlifts. We'll be back in about 10 minutes, and you don't want to miss it because we're going to be seeing some of the heaviest deadlifts ever.
kilos, 352 pounds.
Everybody, we are back for where the competition starts, the deadlifts for prime time at the Avancus Houston 2025 meet.
Megan Hurlbert starting us off with 160 kilos. Looked very easy on the opening attempt. See what the judges say. 3 white lights, that's a good lift. Like we mentioned, coming out of bench for the women, they have not missed a single lift yet. It would be a very good battle to see if this can remain the same.
Yeah, and obviously during deadlifts, this is where you're going to be jousting for place. Coaches playing a little bit of 4D chess in the background to put their lifters in the best positions possible, bluffing where they need to. But until we get to thirds, we're not going to see that happen. Leanne coming out for her opening attempt of 172.5.
12.5 kilos under her personal best.
And right now, Leanne is forecasted second place for the women.
Making that pull very easy, securing that second place position. And up next is Ellie Weinstein with 180 kilos.
Looks like Ellie has a record under her, her best in competition so far is 199 kilos. I'm not sure if the record is currently standing, but we'll see if that personal best gets broken today.
Being very methodical with the setup, making sure she is in her best, most advantaged position. And speaking of advantage, that 180 kilos moved very well. Very good opening attempt.
For sure, and we'll see what she puts in for her second attempt. Like I said, her best in competition is 199, so she would need 200 to break that, and that might happen today. Megan Scanlon, 197.5.
Currently in fourth place position. This will move her into second, getting her on the board for deadlift.
Megan obviously coming off of an amazing bench press session, walking away with a record of 146 kilos.
Which, to remind everybody, she extended that record on 2 different attempts. Smooth opening attempt for Megan.
And just like that, we're already more than halfway through the opening attempts for deadlift. This is the fastest portion of the meet and the most energetic portion. We've got plenty of seats taken up in the auditorium right here in Houston, Texas.
And up next is Emily Reynolds with a 200-kilo deadlift opening attempt. If her deadlift feels as good as her squat and bench, I think she's going to be in for a good day.
We see another familiar face in chat right now, Jonathan Kaiko. Hello to you, sir.
Looks like her belt may have been giving her some issues.
Still has 20 seconds on the clock, and doesn't seem like that belt issue bothered her at all because that was a smooth opening attempt.
Opting for more of a close stance sumo, optimizing that speed on the lockout.
110 kilos.
Up next is Angelina Martinez with 210 kilos on the opening attempt deadlift. As we mentioned, Angela has a massive deadlift on her, and this is where she gets on the board. Angelina.
Angelina taking her time with the setup. I would say that's a pretty mid-stance sumo pull. Would you say that?
I would agree. Not all the way out to the plates, but kind of in that middle range amongst the rings, and it seems like it's a good lift. 3 white lights.
Yeah, very similar to bench press. On sumo deadlifts, a maximum width stance doesn't always mean you're going to pull more weight. You just have to find what works best for you.
Right. A lot of lifters, they try to optimize for the most mechanical position, but sometimes the mechanical position isn't where you're strongest.
And now for our final opening attempt, Janie Kovacs, 215 kilos. I mean, she's the world champ for a reason.
20 kilos under her personal best deadlift. If this attempt is successful, which I believe it will be, she will be moved into 3rd place position.
Just based on that alone, she's got so much more in the tank.
Her starting position off the ground just looks so comfortable.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of these sumo lifters, I mean, not really much at this level, but like we mentioned, that force themselves into that mechanically advantaged position, and it's not always comfortable. If you can see a lifter that looks comfortable when they're lifting, you know it's a strong lifter.
Absolutely. And moving back to the top of the flight, we're loading the bar up to 3 reds, 175 kilos, 386 pounds for Megan Halbert.
Right, and this is only 7.5 kilos under her personal best. They opted for a 15-kilo jump from the first attempt, so if pacing stays similar, she'll be in for a personal best.
And I think she's in store for one.
I think so. Very smooth conventional deadlift.
Correct me if I'm wrong, that's the only conventional puller in the ladies, correct?
I believe so. And it's something you see with conventional, because it is more of that hinged over position. It's usually a little bit slower, but you can grind through it harder than a sumo.
Absolutely. And we saw some people in the comments of the live stream saying that Leanne has a massive deadlift, and this is showing that in 4K. Well, I'm not sure if the live stream is in 4K, but at least HD.
182.5 kilos for Leanne, 2.5 kilos under personal best, and that was lightning fast. I would say she's in for a new personal best today.
And we are just flying through these deadlifts right now. Already into second attempts, and Ellie Weinstein taking a 12.5 kilo jump to 192.5. And we're going to wait for her stats to pop up on the screen to see if she's pacing for a new personal best. Yep. So depending on how this moves, she might load up 200 kilos because her personal best in comp is 199.
Once again, lining up, taking her time to get into the best position for deadlift. Getting down to the bar. And a smooth second attempt, a slight bit of slowness at that lockout, but could still push for that 200 kilos.
Yeah, I want to say that she has 5 very comfortably, but 7.5, it might be there, but she is going to have to fight for it.
I would agree.
Now, one thing to talk about, the whole sumo versus conventional thing, just because you pointed out with conventional that it might be a little bit slower. However, it's the lift out of the two where you could sort of muscle it up. Whereas with sumo, if one thing is off, the whole thing can fall apart.
Right. With conventional, it is one of those more brute strength. You can fight through the misgrooves, but for these more technical, or conventional, mind that, with sumo, you do have to maintain your position and make sure you don't get pulled out of groove.
Megan Scanlon's second attempt is 210 kilos, taking a 12.5 jump. That is a smooth second attempt for Megan.
And that pulls her into second place, 563.5 on her total, which is only 2.5 kilos under her unofficial best in the weight class.
Now, mind you, if you're paying attention to lifting cast, Leanne is actually now forecasted for first place. Megan was forecasted during squat and bench press, but like I had said before, this is where you're going to see forecasted placings really moving around.
And then Emily Reynolds coming out with 2:15 on the second attempt. The first attempt moved very well.
Doesn't seem like she's having that belt mishap.
Seeing once again the closer stance sumo, maybe a little bit work off the floor, but the lockout will be speedy. I don't think that was any work at all.
No.
I would say she's comfortable to load up some more.
I would say with a sumo pull like that, you sort of get the good parts of both sumo and conventional.
I would say so. With a closer stance, lets you push through more, take a little bit more of a grind, but still get the technical efficiency of pop at that top end.
Angelina Martinez, a 15-kilo jump from 210 to 225.
This will match her personal best deadlift.
The bar is loaded.
This will pull her into 5th place position if she is successful.
Oh, and I was actually, no, so fooled me there because I wasn't paying too much attention. So I thought she was going to pull conventional, but it's actually just her sumo setup.
Just taking that mid end of the bar when she walks up to make sure she is perfectly aligned, even on both sides, and has a good starting position. There.
I would say another 5 to 7.5.
I think 5 to 7.5 is there. It did seem like her right hip shifted upward. Almost the bar was coming off the ground slightly uneven. Could be a grip mishap. If she can clean that up, there may even be more room left in the tank.
Absolutely.
230 kilos.
Janine taking a 15-kilo jump from 215 to 230, and this is 5 kilos shy of her best in-competition pull.
And as I mentioned earlier, she looks like she has one of the most comfortable sumos here, so I don't think the second attempt will be any problem.
Oh my God, there it is.
Not a problem at all for Janae. What do the refs say?
She is hyped up. From here, it looked like a good lift. We're just waiting for... Yep, it looks like it was a good lift. And for anybody that wants to follow along with the scores and the attempts, you can head to liftingcast.com and click the Avancus Houston Primetime 2025 link, and it'll take you right to the leaderboard.
Right, and starting off our final round of deadlifts for the women. Megan Hurlbert coming out with 185 kilos.
This attempt will beat her personal best by 2.5 kilos.
As we said, only conventional lifter amongst the women. See if she can grind this one out, or if she even needs to grind it. Let's go, Megan. Hips through.
Looks like a good pull from here, and the judges say.
Still waiting on those judges. 3 wide lights for Megan.
That is a 2.5 kilo personal best for Megan Hurlbert.
What a day for Megan. Up next, we have Leanne Lee, 187.5 kilos, 413 pounds. Her third attempt.
And coming up next is Leanne Le for 187.5 kilos, a 2.5 kilo competition PR. This will pull her into forecasted second place position.
Yeah, it seems like with Megan's deadlift, it secured her for first place. And the pull on Leanne. She is hyped about that, and the judges give her 3 white lights.
a very easy day for Leanne. It seemed like across the board, she went 9 for 9, executed on all of her lifts, built that total she wanted to see, leaving room in the tank.
And also to mention, Megan also had a 9 for 9 day. I mean, all these ladies are in positions to have perfect days.
Right, we have not seen a single miss amongst the women yet. Hopefully, we won't see any at all.
So Ellie deciding to take that comfortable jump of 5 kilos. We thought that 7.5 she might have that, but just based on her second, she should have this pretty comfortably. Maybe a little bit of a grind, but I'm confident it will be there.
Pulling in and fighting for the lockout. Can she get there?
Oh, it's just a little bit too much. She still walks away with a 452 kilo total.
And up next is Megan Scanlon for 220 kilos. This will pull her into the first place position, or remain her in the first place position.
And this is going to be a national record total attempt if she is successful with this lift.
And mind that this will be the heaviest total we have ever seen in her weight class.
Let's get loud! Let's get loud!
Never, actually a correction, heaviest American total we have ever seen in the weight class.
Yeah, currently sitting in first place with 119 IPF points, forecasted 121.4 if she is successful with this lift. Well, let's forget about points for a second. This is a national record total attempt.
Come on, Megan.
And the record has fallen.
See if the judges agree. It looked like a good lift to me.
3 white lights, a new national record total attempt. So she walks away with a new national bench record and a new national total record for her weight class.
And 25 kilos.
And coming up next is Emily Reynolds with 225 kilos on the bar. Personal best is 230, taking just below that personal best. I thought she's been on all day, but I guess she's just taking this meet as a comfortable one to get 9 for 9 and come out ahead. This will pull her from 6th place position to 5th place position if successful.
If Emily is successful with this lift, it'll bump her up from 6th to 5th place.
Coming down to the bar, pulling in, and a very smooth, easy third attempt. And I'll predict it, that was 3 white lights.
Emily walking away with a 9 for 9 day. So far we've got 4 9 for 9 days.
Next, we have Angelina Martinez.
And coming out for another national record, Angelina Martinez with 235.5 kilos. Coming out for that chip on the deadlift, hopefully pulling her into a good position here.
If she's successful with this lift, it'll bump her from 5th to 4th. Now, you said she had a little bit of a hip shift on her second attempt?
It seemed like it, but thinking back, she is a mixed grip puller, and for mixed grip pullers, usually their overhand has to drag alongside their quad, shifting the bar just slightly.
Right. Angelina taking her time for her final attempt.
Making sure she's in the best position to hit this here. Wedges into the bar and is fighting.
It's
Seems
just
like
a little bit too heavy on the day.
But she takes it with courtesy, bows, and goes to shake all the judges' hands.
So I'm seeing an update in the live stream chat right now. It seems with Meg's total, she has out-totaled any 63, 69, and 76 kilo lifter.
Wow. That is a massive total. Speaking of massive things, Janae Kovacs coming out with a 242 kilo deadlift. This is another national record, and this is a 7 kilo personal best for Janae Kovacs, the reigning junior best lifter in the world. See this sumo once again. She is an executioner.
She's really bringing out that energy for her third.
Making sure the grip is secured and wedging in.
And that looks like a good lift from here. Seems like a new national record for Janae Kovacs, 242 kilos. She left it all out on the platform.
You got to love it.
And I think there was more room.
Absolutely, and that concludes the lifting for all of our strong women in the Avancus Houston Primetime 2025. That was amazing. We've got some strong women. They showed out, and now we need to move on to Flight B, the men.
And starting us off in the men is Waskar Carpio, 255 kilos on the bar.
I was speaking with Waskar a little bit during the break between bench press and deadlift, and one thing that he told me is that they're sort of using this meet to test the waters because he does plan on cutting back down for a future competition.
Oh my.
Smooth opening attempt.
Extremely fast. I mean, it is quite the position to be in as such a high-level athlete to use Avancus Houston as a test run meet.
Absolutely. Next up, we're going to have Jamar Royster, Pancake God, 285 for his opening attempt.
28 pounds. He's had a great day so far.
Just a quick reminder, he does have that 800-pound squat already lined up. All he needs is his opening deadlift, and he will have that record secured.
Right, and Jamar is 6 for 6 so far. We'll see if we can go on to be 3 for 3 on deadlift, securing the 9 for 9 day.
And that 800-pound squat is in the bag. He has secured a total for the day.
You see, some people say they're a squat specialist, some people say they're a deadlift specialist, but strong legs are strong legs, and you can definitely see that on both of his lifts.
Absolutely. Now Perk opening up with 295, and he's obviously more capable. He's way more capable of heavier lifts, but we can never tell with Austin. He just makes everything look like an empty bar.
Right. And we saw him take quite the low end on squat, push that national record on bench really high. We'll see what he decides to do on deadlift today.
Now he has been training his conventional deadlift, but it seems that he's pulling sumo for this competition. Oh, I don't even need to finish my sentence.
Unbelievably fast opener. This is a reason why he is the reigning pound for pound king and why he is who everybody is chasing today.
Up next, we have
Watching that back, 295 kilos from Austin, moving like an empty bar. And we're jumping over from Austin to Sean Mills, opening with 300 kilos as a first attempt deadlift.
Sean obviously has a very, very strong pull on him.
Shaking the slack out of his arm, making sure that he's ready to go into this.
It ain't no thing. Easy opening attempt for Sean Mills. Despite being one of the taller lifters, he doesn't let that stop him.
And up next after Sean is Chase Gravitt, the 17-year-old sub-junior, opening with 315 kilos, an absolutely massive deadlift. Currently in 7th place or 10th place position, but this will be his opener, which secures him that forecasted 7th.
And just as a reminder to everybody or anybody that's just checking into the live stream, because we've got 2.3K people in the live stream right now. Chase didn't know he was competing in this meet until just 2 days ago.
Bar is loaded.
Walking out to the deadlift, Chase, we know he has a massive deadlift, but at Worlds he missed his last 2 attempts on grip due to a hand tear. Will we see his hand hold up today? Will we see a close to 800-pound deadlift by a 17-year-old?
I mean, when you say that out loud and when he lifts like that, it's just unbelievable.
I say close to 800-pound deadlift, but I could see a beyond 800-pound deadlift from that.
The talent on this kid is just unbelievable.
325 kilos.
My God, I'm still in shock after that.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah. Now, Angelo Fortino, you said that he wants to squat 700 and pull 800. That'll be the first 83 lifter to ever do that, right?
I believe so. Recently, in training, from what I've seen him post to social media, his squats looked really strong. His deadlifts also look strong, but he hasn't been showing that top end just as much. We're about to find out if it's there to make that happen.
Now, obviously, Angelo's squat and bench have shown up over the years, but his deadlift has as well. He's always been known for that. He's become a much more well-rounded lifter. Let's see how his opening attempt moves. My God.
Moves quite well. Taking the froggy stand sumo. And jumping off of Angelo, we go over to Ade Omasakin, coming up next with a 330-kilo deadlift. This flight is full of massive deadlifters, and as we saw at Worlds, Joe and Ade, it came down to the last deadlift. Will Ade load up something massive? We know he has the power, but can he hold on?
Ade and Joe Bornstein had a pretty intense battle at Worlds, and they're here to battle it out again today at the Avancus Houston Primetime.
And it looks like it just might be a battle. Moved quite well for the opener.
Up next, we have Not So Champion.
And once again, speaking of massive deadlifters, the 20-year-old phenom, the 120 from Great Britain, Nonso Chinye, coming out with 335 kilos for that opening attempt. He's pulled 400 kilos in comp before. Will we see that come together today on the Avancus Houston, the American stage? If this lift is successful, it pulls him into 8th place position.
Oh my God.
I'm not speechless at that. I mean,
I can't even react to these because they're just moving so fast.
I say if the lift is successful, as if it's even questionable from Nonso.
Joey B, 352.5.
And looking at the current standings, Austin Perkins is in first place with 121 GL. Joey is coming out for that 352.5 kilos to put himself in a forecasted total 5th place or 2nd place position behind Austin.
just a reminder, Joe Borenstein is the first 83 kilo lifter to ever achieve a 900 kilo total in competition.
Right, and this pull alone will pull him into 879 for his total. He's notorious for taking quite large jumps, so I would say that 900 is threatened today.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and that's a good lift. 352 was very comfortable for Joe.
I need to know where the ceiling is.
I don't know if we can put a ceiling on Joe Borenstein with the way he lifts.
And closing out the opening attempts, we have Demetrius Smith. We've been talking up his deadlift this entire meet, and now it's time for him to show us.
And off mic, I mentioned to Tim here that this 360, I know Meech is a strong deadlifter. I thought the 360 could have possibly been a fake opener to push other people's attempts up, but it looks like Meech is walking out for this 360, 794-pound opening deadlift.
793 pounds.
I actually need to pay attention because these pulls are moving too quick. Oh my.
Very comfortable.
That looked like an over because it was. That's
so he's a 93 kilo lifter.
That's correct.
What is the world record in the 93 kilo class for deadlift?
Let us, I don't know that off the top of my head, but if I'm not mistaken, it's held by Chance Mitchell, I think. With 373.5, I want to say.
I believe it is 373.5, and that was 13.5 kilos under that for an opener. I think we may be seeing the heaviest deadlift ever in the 93 kilo class today.
I know Meech has had that number in mind.
And not to spoil it, but Meech has decided to put in 380 kilos for his second attempt. But before we get to that, Waskar Carpio is coming out with 275 for his second attempt deadlift.
I'll also have something to say about Joe Borenstein after Waskar is done because we have some crazy developments going on.
We have something very crazy coming by on the back
end
if you're following along with the lifting cast. Let's go, Waskar.
Amazing second attempt.
Still very smooth and solid for him, even taking a 20 kilo jump. See, we see these replays here, and a lot of the time, you can use a replay to critique somebody's technique, but with these guys, they're such great executioners on the day. I don't even have that much to critique.
Exactly, and even when they have a little mishap or misgroove, they come out on the next attempt and immediately fix it, and that's the reason they're here today on the primetime stage.
That is right, and Jamar Royster is coming out with 305 kilos on the second attempt, taking a 20 kilo jump from the first. This will remain him at the 6th place position if successful. I think that was successful.
Now, one thing about Jamar, I have seen him pull conventional in competition. I've also seen him pull sumo, but it seems like sumo is way more comfortable for him.
Right. That looked very easy, and it looked like a natural position off the ground. Like I mentioned earlier, strong legs are strong legs, and it seems like he is using them today.
100%.
For his second attempt.
And we have the reigning king himself coming out for 315 kilos on the second attempt deadlift. This is still quite a bit below his all-time best of 337.5 kilos. He may just be waiting to load up on that third attempt to really put himself in a position to win. Also, this does match his 843 kilo total from IPF Worlds this year.
If we know anything about Perk, he'll put whatever he needs on the bar to secure gold. See, the crazy thing about Perk, the amount of slack that he pulls out of the bar.
I think that's a benefit of being a slightly more narrow frame, being a slightly lighter weight class lifter. He can get his hands really close together on the bar. And if you know anything about physics, the closer the weight is pivoted to the middle, the more bend you get, the more slack you get.
And we see the same thing with Joseph Borenstein too. And speaking of, I wanted to mention this before. He put in 377.5. If he gets that, it will put him at a 904 total.
The heaviest total we have ever seen in the 83 kilo class. But before we get to that, we have Sean Mills coming out with a 320 kilo second attempt deadlift.
I know Sean's been doing a lot of work getting his brand worker up, so seeing him out here and still showing love, competing, it's just great to see. He's an inspiration to a lot of younger lifters.
I would say he's an inspiration to any lifter.
Actually, that's very true.
And look at that, a very speedy second attempt, 320 kilos, moving like air, giving him range to maybe even take a bigger jump second to third than first to second. And coming out next, once again, the 17-year-old Chase Gravitt that showed up on 2 days' notice, 337.5 kilos on the bar. This is a sub-junior 93-kilo lifter coming out with 744 pounds on his second attempt deadlift.
And as a reminder, 17 years old.
This pull, if successful, will pull him into 8th place position based off the forecast. He's currently sitting at 7th.
The bar is loaded for Chase.
Like I mentioned at Worlds, he failed his second attempt on a torn callus grip issue. Let's see if he can hold on to the bar here.
Seems like his grip is holding up today.
Grip is holding up, and I do know Chase quite personally. I know what he's doing here. They took a smaller jump than usual on the second to first to conserve energy for the top end. He will pull for something big here.
Now Angela coming back out, taking a 20-kilo jump from 325 to 345. And if he gets this, it'll bump him into 5th position.
345 kilos, 760 pounds, the bar is loaded for Angelo Fortino.
Angelo having a perfect day thus far, and let's see if he can keep that up.
Getting down to the bar, finding the best position, building tension. Wedging in, and it's not a problem.
I would say that actually moved better than his opening attempt.
I think off the ground it moved really well, but I don't know if you saw, there was a slight wobble at the top.
And he did throw his hands up in the air. I'm not sure if that was sort of like, whatever. But we'll see what he puts in for his third.
And we have Ade Omasakan coming out second attempt deadlift, 355 kilos, 8 kilos below his personal best deadlift. This will pull him from 5th place position to 4th place position temporarily. I know Ade was having some consciousness issues at Worlds this year on his second and third deadlifts. He was passing out at the top. Hopefully, hydration, everything's not a problem today. See if he can hold on to this deadlift.
A little sticky at the top with that overhand.
Slightly sticky. he did travel all the way from Great Britain to be here in Avancus, or at Avancus Houston today. And it looks like the travel may have a slight impact on him. But never mind that. We are coming out for 377.5 kilos for Joe Borenstein. This is an American record deadlift. This is a American record total. This is the heaviest total we have ever seen in the 93 kilo class, or 83 kilo class. This is 904 kilos for Joe Borenstein.
Record total, Joe Borenstein. Let's make some noise and get excited here.
I think it goes without saying, bumping up weight classes was the best decision that he could have ever made.
I would definitely have to agree with that. And mind you, this is still his second attempt. We could see the total being pushed even further.
Let's not let the noise stop.
Now, if this lift is successful, it will temporarily bump him into first place because he will have secured 125 IPF points, which would be just one over Perk.
Let's go,
but
Joe.
Things could change.
Pulling, follow through.
And that is 2 national records and an unofficial world record for Joe Borenstein.
That is the heaviest total we have ever seen in the 83 kilo class.
My goodness.
Total record, Joseph.
I'm speechless.
This is unbelievable. This is the kind of lift you only see at a meet of this level.
The Joseph Borenstein grind needs to be studied.
Right, and do you think he has much left, or do you think they just went all out on that second attempt?
We'll see what he puts in for his third. He might do that to force Austin to pull something, but we don't know yet. This could be a placeholder. 391.5.
391.5 for Joe's third attempt to put in. But before that, we have Meach coming out with 380. This is a unofficial world record. I do believe Chance Mitchell's American record is higher, though. And it was quite smooth.
3 white lights for Meach.
You see, Meach is the only person that you expect his deadlift to be so good. We have this little of a reaction on 380 kilos being pulled in the 93 kilo division.
And now the final second attempt. Nonso 385.5.
This is an unbelievable deadlift. And I know everybody's heard it so many times before. Nonso is 20 years old. This will pull him into a 958 total. He's pulled more before, but this is his second attempt. Let's see what it sets him up for on the third.
Smooth second attempt.
I know Nonso's pulled 415 in training. I don't think that's off the board today. I think 415 is possible. That was unbelievably fast.
Now, before we go over some interesting developments, as I've been saying during these deadlifts, Waskar personally requested that I give a quick shout out to Sydney, Sol, and Rocky, his family back home. Waskar, you've got 287.5 being loaded up for you. We want to see you pull this. You've been having a great day. Make it even better. If he gets this, he will secure a 680 kilo total. Right now he's sitting at 667.5, and I would say this is a great comeback meet for him.
I would say so. I know he wasn't able to go to Worlds this year due to the unfortunate circumstances, but he's here. He's a little bit heavier. He's getting warmed up. He's building a big total, and he's building that confidence whenever it comes around to next year's season.
Waskar coming out. Let's see this final pull. If Waskar knows how to do anything, it's grind his deadlifts.
Getting in the best position here, Waskar lining up. getting set and wedging. Come on.
It's off, just a little bit too heavy on the day. Still an amazing comeback meet for Waskar.
Right, and anybody would be happy with the PR total that he's put on today, but he put on 14.5 kilos to his bench. That's just a reminder.
That is crazy.
An insane amount. That's what that extra body weight does to anybody for bench. Or, well, not anybody, but it's something you can look forward to. And Jamar Royster is coming out with a 320 kilo deadlift. This is 890.5 kilos on the total if successful. This pulls him into 6th place position. Also matching his personal best deadlift.
Jamar Royster, the ball!
I mean, just based off of his second, he should have no problem getting this. I might, depending on how this moves, I might even say he'll have a little bit more, but...
Based off his second, I think he'll have more. Let's see it, Jamar.
Oh my God, Jamar, pancake God.
I think he had more than a little bit. I could have seen 10 plus kilos.
Absolutely.
A veteran in the sport.
Jamar had himself a day.
Up next.
And Austin Perkins is coming out for 330 kilos. This is a national record deadlift. This is a national record total. And mind you, this is the heaviest total we have ever seen by a 74. Austin Perkins putting up his 851 in September of 2023. This is for 858 pounds. The first increase on the 74 kilo total in 2 years.
727.5 pounds.
Now, mind you, Austin is currently sitting in second and is forecasted for second purely based off of Borenstein's second attempt deadlift and what he has in for his third. We've been basically writing this story, Perk versus Borenstein, for today's meet, and it's all coming down to third pulls.
Let's see it, Perk.
Well, well, well.
Still a
Austin Perkins.
Very comfortable third, national record, deadlift total, and heaviest total we've ever seen by a 74 in history.
That is
858 kilos.
World record, and he's got the crowd hyped up. And this is going to force Borenstein's hand. And it seems like he actually dropped his third attempt from 391.5 to 386. He's doing what he has to do, which is secure first place.
Taking the minimum load to chip out Austin on that GL crown. But before we get to that, we have Sean Mills coming out for his third and final deadlift, 335 kilos. Let's see him work.
Let's see it, Sean.
Making sure those arms as long as possible, making his starting position higher.
Amazing third attempt for Shawnee Lux.
Looked like maybe a little bit of a grip issue on that right hand.
Unfortunately, yes, it did slip out of his right hand. The strength was there, just a little mishap on grip. Sean still had a great day overall, securing an 802.5 total.
Right, and up next is Chase Gravitt loading up 355 pounds, 7 kilo deadlift PR. To remind everybody, once again, we may have said it every time he's walked out, he took this on 2 days' notice. Chase was not peaked, Chase was not tapered. He's here just to put on a show, and that's exactly what he's doing. Will we see a 17-year-old pull 782 pounds or 355 kilos?
And mind you, as a 93 lifter.
A 93. This will also solidify 8th place position for Chase. Let's go, Chase.
Oh, no.
And it looks like the grip striked again. Unfortunate for Chase, but he's still walking away in that 8th place position, whether he failed it or not. He put up a great fight, being the only sub-junior on the roster, doing what he needed to get done.
Now Angelo attempting 360.
And looking at the current standings, Austin Perkins at 126. Joe Borenstein is right behind him. Like we said earlier, loading up to come ahead in his attempt. First, Angelo Fortino, 360 kilos, coming out just under that 800-pound deadlift mark.
This is 794 pounds loaded onto the bar. Hands down the strongest teacher in America.
Getting set in that frog stance sumo. Let's go, Angelo. And it's off the ground. Can he lock it? Grind.
Let's see what the judges say on that. 2-1. Oh my goodness. 2-1. Good lift for Angelo.
That rounds off an 860 total for Angelo, which I do believe is a considerable total PR for him.
My God.
Up next, we have Ade Omasaki.
Coming after Angelo is Ade Omasakin, 375 kilos, third attempt deadlift. This is 12 kilos above his heaviest deadlift.
Now, if Ade is successful with this, it'll knock him into third.
820.
Looking at the standings so far, it doesn't seem like the podium will change too much outside of the possibility of Ade coming in and then Joe and Perk switching standings. So this is the final fight for the podium.
The bar is loaded!
Let's see it, Ade.
Can he hold on? Let's go.
It's just a little too heavy on the day. I mean, considering the travel, Ade still had an amazing day here in Houston.
And coming off of Ade, we move next to Joe Borenstein. As we mentioned, this is pool for the first place position. This what decides the podium today. This is a 386 kilo deadlift. National record, total deadlift, everything, heaviest total we have ever seen in the 83 kilo class.
Setting himself up for his last lift of the night.
Can Joe push Perk out of the crown position?
I want to say if this leaves the ground, then he has it, but we'll see.
Second attempt was hard, but he may have that dog. Getting lined up on the bar, as you said, it's hard off the ground, but if he can make it leave.
Standing room only in the crowd. Everybody is on their feet.
Let's go, Joe. Come on. Drive.
Just a little too heavy on the day. Joe still has secured second place to Austin Perkins.
Still bringing the heaviest total we've ever seen of 904. It was a great attempt there on the third, but that decides our podium with Austin Perkins in first, Joseph Borenstein in second.
Actually, not yet. We've got one more. If Demetrius pulls this, he is attempting 400.5 kilos. That is a national deadlift record, national total record. If he gets this, he will put himself in top 3.
This will pull him into third. That's my mistake. This is 400.5 kilos by a 93 lifter. This is the lightest person we've ever seen get a 400 kilo lift if we see it, if he can make it successful.
A national record total and a national record deadlift. He wants it and he's gonna take it. The bar is loaded!
Meech has had this number in mind for a long time, and we want to see this leave the ground.
Let's see him work for it. He's pulling.
It's off the ground.
Off the ground.
Just a little bit too much.
Maybe
the thing is, one day it's going to be there. The fact that 400.5 left the ground,
it's unbelievable. Speaking of unbelievable, is this not the heaviest deadlift we've ever seen? 415.5 kilos in competition. I believe this is the heaviest deadlift we've ever seen in tested powerlifting. Once again, by a 20-year-old.
415.5 kilos. 900.
this man isn't letting travel stop him. 415.5.
I lost my voice. I need you guys to use your voice.
This is 916 pounds. Did you say the heaviest deadlift in tested powerlifting?
I believe so. I believe the heaviest deadlift on a stiff bar or in tested powerlifting, period. Let's go,
It's off the
Natso.
ground.
Can he lock it out? He can lock it out. Oh my God.
415.5.
Natso Chinye, the 20-year-old from Great Britain, is the strongest deadlifter we have ever seen.
He did not let travel stop him. 9 for 9 day. I've lost my voice. I've lost all my brain cells today. Oh, we just watched history be made.
This is unbelievable.
Oh my goodness.
But with that, we've seen records. We've seen high body weight coefficients. We've seen people fight. We've seen people fail. But we are coming out of Avancus Houston with the podium sitting at Austin Perkins in the first place position, Joseph Borenstein in the second place position, and Angelo Fortino in that third place on the men's side.
Ladies and gentlemen. Wow.
And then on the women's, Megan Scanlon, I believe, in the first place position, Leanne Lay in the second place position, and Janae Kovacs, the junior world champion, junior best lifter at Worlds, in the third place position.
Man, this has been quite the day. We had amazing lifts in the morning. We had amazing lifts in the primetime session. So many stories being told, so many records being broken, and powerlifting is only getting started. We want to thank everybody that joined us for the live stream today. Close to 3,000 people in the live stream for deadlifts. That's an amazing amount of people. We just want to thank you here in Houston, Texas for the Avancus Houston Primetime 2025. This has been Tim Thibodeau, joined by
Tanner Newman.
Again, we thank you all. Make sure you support your lifters, support powerlifting, and we're signing off. Thank you for joining us.
Goodbye.
we start award ceremony, can we get a big, huge round of applause for these amazing lifters? Lucky enough to have all these amazing lifters come out this evening, put on an incredible performance for us. We got some of the strongest athletes not only in the nation, but in the world that came out to compete for us and had an absolute fantastic time this evening. We're going to start with the awards, going from least heaviest. Sorry, it's been a long day, I'm losing my voice. Well, start our awards with 17th place with Sean Mills with the 98.113 GL score. Sean in 16th place will have Waskar Carpio with 104.136 GL. 15th, Ellie Weinstein with 107.504 GL. Where's she at? When I say your name, hands up for Mo. In 14th place with Megan Herbert with 108.48 GL. 13th place, Chase Gravitt with 109. Oh, my fault. In 12th place, Angelita Martinez with 109.6 GL. '11th place, Emily Reynolds with 109.661. In 10th place, Nonzo Chennai. Am I good enough? Okay, with 114.956 GL. 9th place, we have Jamar Royster with 116.557 GL. In 8th place, we have Janae Kovics with 117.735 GL. 7th place, Demetria Smith with 118 GL. In 6th place, Adi Omasakan, close, 118.7 GL. In 5th place, Leanne Lee with 118.892 GL. In 4th place, Angelo Fortino with 119.19 GL score. And in 3rd place for our top 3 contestants, we have Megan Scanlon with 121.463 GL score. Receiving a $4,000 cash prize as well, on top of the beautiful trophies we have custom made. In 2nd place, we have Joseph Borenstein with 125.176 GL score with a $5,000 prize pool. And in 1st place for your Avancus Houston champion, Austin Perkins with 126.3 GL score. Oh. No. give a huge round of applause to these amazing lifters.
All right. Thank you guys for staying for awards. Obviously, the day is for the athletes. I'm really glad they enjoyed their experience today. A lot of work went into this event. A lot of it was rushed. A lot of it we had a lot of dropouts. And that really put us in an awkward spot when it came to this event. But we made a decision that we would be, no matter the outcome, no matter the roster, no matter the lineups that we had, that we would put everything into the experience that the athletes have, the experience that the spotters and loaders have, wherever you guys are. Thank you so much. The refs, the judges, the media crew, thank you, White Lights Media. Thank you, Izzy, Duhan, Rone over there. And yeah, like there are so many pieces involved here. If I sit here and say thank you to everyone, we'd be here all night, and I know we all want to go home. But I'm just going to leave it at that and say that this was not a one-man, two-man, three-man effort. There were tens of people involved, and the event was a great learning experience, but I'm personally extremely happy and proud of the connections, the relationships, the bonds that we've been able to make through this. Us at the Avancus team, we're a very small team, and yeah, I'm gonna leave it there. Thank you guys so much for coming out and watching your athletes. You guys can go home now.